Anyways, we're going to pick up where we left off with Raft. With Raft, basically what we got going on is we finished the big domed city and we have moved on over to, there's like a construction yard. And, well, I don't know, like, because this is all new content for me at this point. Like, it was the domed city around there that it got to new content. I can't remember if we won the domed city last time. Like, it didn't finish it. Or if it was just like we didn't do that at all. I generally don't remember where we left off because I think that had come out and there was a new update coming the last time I played. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm just gonna wait, and I didn't get back to it because that's what happens. Um, but I went over to the construction yard and I know I need to get four lights, and I found two of them that I went through like this little area where the jellyfish went apart, and I went in and got two of them. But we have no idea where the other two are. I also know I need a crane key, and I'm assuming what's going to happen is I'm going to get the four lights, it's going to open a tunnel, I'm going to go run around in a building, I'm going to get a crane key, and you drop. There are four lights. Yes. And I have two of them. Let's see. Hey, Nylord. Alright, so with all that said, we're going to pop in. The other thing that happened in the last stream was I came to the realization that when you die, you lose 2/3 of your stuff, including your equipment. And for a chill game like this, that felt like a really weird decision. But the other said, well, to be honest, they'll probably go to the exact location and try to say that they have to paint the entire house because the new paint is noticeable. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. You don't, it's not in the bylaws. They can argue all they want. I was suckered into being involved with the HOA kind of thing, like the admin side of that before. Do not do it. It is not worth it. Like, it's not, I'm not saying it's not worth it in the, you don't benefit from it, that's not the point. It's not worth it, you just deal with a whole bunch of really upset people, and a bunch of other really upset people who want you to do stuff to make the other upset people more upset. So there's just no winning, and then everyone's mad at you, and none of it's fun. Alright, so. Before we dive in here, let's assess. I have, down that way, there was a jellyfish hole that I got the two lights in. I think we've already checked that out, but I'm probably going to go back in there, because that's been the best one. I didn't see anything remotely light-like up at the top whatsoever. Alright, Bruce, don't be a jerk. Don't be a jerk, Bruce. Don't do it. I'll stab you in the face. You know I will. I told you. When you go deep enough, Bruce should back off. Oh, hey. You still missed, because you're a chump. Alright, we're killing Bruce. Bruce is being a punk. Oh, well, that wasn't part of the plan. Oh, he didn't come back for a moment. I got confused about it. Well, there's a problem. I'll be real pissed if I lose all my stuff again. Trying to get Bruce stuck on the wall. Oh, don't do this. Come on. I've lost track of Bruce. Ha, whew. That hit would have killed me. Alright, well, so first of all, I'm gonna make myself a new spear. Thank you. That's like, I was trying to keep an eye, I was like, okay, this is gonna be down to like me jumping at the right time, because I'm not gonna be able to get the raft on time. Oh, it's weapons. So downside is, if we don't make this happen pretty soon, my supplies are going to start running low. And then if that happens, then, you know, then I have to back off and resupply, and I really don't want to do that. Alright, anyways, we're going back. Let's not go back into melee, let's recover our life, hang on. Let's go to bed. Let's recover our life. That didn't do anything. All right. Just want to kill Bruce real fast. The problem is wasting my water and food. Okay. So Bruce is dealt with, so he'll leave us alone for a minute. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by going back in here. Just in case I overlooked a light. I don't think I have. I'd be surprised they shoved all 4 of them back in this one set of rooms. So I'm very satisfied it's not in the bathroom. None of those are interactable. Let's also do a cheeky save there. Oh, the anglerfish stayed dead. There was an anglerfish in here before. What? What? I can't go anywhere up here. But that has interesting implications. Okay. Huh. Oh! Those are marking everywhere we can go above. Okay. Okay, so I can explore more of this building potentially. Maybe. Alright, so I can't explore more of the building from this spot, it doesn't look like. Kind of weird this is up here. See? I apologize for the inconvenience. Must be pretty annoying to see me on every stream you tune into. It just means you have shared tastes. It actually can be a lot of fun if you have like the same kind of people you're running into in multiple places. Alright, so I can't seem to go anywhere else from here. But that's good information. Let's also check behind the door. Nope. It's good information that anywhere I see these, I know I can climb up. Okay, we got stuff over there. They don't see stuff in any other direction. They got stuff over there, which looks like I can access it from that last area. I'm trying to think if there's anywhere else I've seen those. Alright, that's all fine. No cheeky holes in the ceiling. Supplies. A whole bunch of materials. Well, materials are cool and all that. I appreciate that. But I really just need spotlights. That's still good information because I'm assuming what'll happen. All right, yeah, and those are actual windows. I'm assuming what'll happen is later on we're gonna find those stuff we need. And none of these open. Those don't break or anything. Nope. Alright, so I feel very confident that there's nothing left in here now. But I believe I've seen these little bell-looking cord things. I believe I've seen those, just checking the ceiling for any other potential holes or anything like that. I believe I have seen those in another area. Ah! There's a second floor here, I think. I'll check up here in a minute. Sertine mustache ride still not available. And TOS. Alright, so no lights up here. I do have a little area I can run around here. Okay, so there's a bunch of space over that way, too. Because we're a floor above where we were before. I don't think those spaces over there are used. It looks like we got a spot over here that maybe there's something at. Alright, so that's just a place for us to get air. Just doing one last pass in this area we already checked. Just making sure I did not miss any lights. Oh, there's a whole gangway and all that up there. Okay. That door's non-functional. Oh, hey, buddy. Getting jump scared by his things. Like, the stuff actually jump scaring you normally, like where it, comes up from behind where they do like the whole... I mentioned this in our stream. When you're playing like an actual horror game where the music all goes silent and it starts building up and building up and building up, you're like, okay, I'm gonna get jump scared. It kind of really kills the surprise of the jump scare. That, it usually doesn't startle me nearly as much. But just random things showing up, gets me way more. Zach Fred saying, "Hey, Rual, want to stop in and see if you had any chance to see the game showcase?" As much as I hope life is good. Life is good. I have seen a number of the different game showcases. Starfield looks absolutely amazing. It's the first time I've been hyping on a AAA game in a long time. So that says something. I'm still not gonna pre-order it because I just refuse to pre-order games that enable so many bad things in the industry, which I don't blame anyone who does. They do give you perks, but I don't think all those perks should be locked behind, did you buy it early? But yeah, so there's that one. City Skylines 2 looks really good. Frostpunk 2 looks really good. Yep. Oh yeah, I'm absolutely getting City Skylines. That was if you actually look at the title, I mentioned that maybe City Skylines later. There's a reason. There's a reason. Even though City Skylines 2 isn't dropping till October, I'm still like, ooh, City Skylines. And then we go in here and there's just an anglerfish laying on the ground just flopping. Like, that's right. You get what you get. Be something else scary and dangerous in here, isn't there? I still don't know what's smashing around or blowing up or settling or what's going on with the violent shaking, and I'm sure whatever it is absolutely upsetting. Because that is definitely doing the thing of, hey, there's something spoopy about, but we're going to make you just live with that knowledge and not let you know what it is for a long time. Okay. But in a lot of ways, I've people have been trying to compare the Starfield. They've been going, oh, it's gonna be the Star Citizen killer. It's gonna be the No Man's Sky killer. It's gonna be this killer. I'm like, you know, it's kind of its own thing. Does it have a lot of overlap with a bunch of different games? Sure. You know there's gonna be. Oh, it's literally right there. I was like, it's like you know there's gonna be a headlight sitting here somewhere. There was a blush yet roll. Okay. How dare. I'll just eat my shark steaks in peace. Don't mind me. I want to go in the locked room. Something tells me I could completely disregard, you know, people's stances on personal property. Can I just go out here? Probably not. No. And Bruce is back and hanging out over there, being a big old jerk. All right. So we learned our lesson last time, just trying to cut through the jellyfish. Why is everyone throwing plushies at me? How are we doing in inventory? We're actually doing okay. Popping a cheeky save. You throw plushies at your kitty sometimes? I am not getting good vibes from this. Being brought into this narrow corridor where it's getting darker. Oh, well, that's interesting. Can I knock this down from the other side? No. Those are spiky owie blocks. That's a technical term for them, by the way. Yep. Hey, is that where you suffocated where the 1 foot below the line, water line? Yeah, actually. Hey, Red Hawk. All right, yeah, we're okay for just a moment. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. Shout out for Red Hawk Black Sheep. Another content creator on the platform. Been playing some Project Zomboid, so that's your jam. Maybe check that out. Spiky Owie Block is my band name in college. I mean, honestly, considering the band names, it could certainly be worse. I dislike how little I can see. Alright, let's take a moment to read these notes you've been finding. All right. Stop shaking the camera. So we've read this one. We'll just go over it. Varuna Point has all too many holes in it. Makes it so easy to move unnoticed. I nicked a hammer yesterday, and I took some dried meat from the foreman's stash. It's less fun taking food, since it spoils eventually. I watch good from, let's see, the watch I got from the loudmouth driller was way more exciting. I want to grab something even better tonight. I heard them talking this morning. They call me the grabber. It's growing on me. I moved my cache so it's higher up now on the new floor, right under their noses. The foreman complained about the lack of cameras. Ha! Like that'd matter. I wouldn't get caught even if the walls had eyes. And it's starting to get good at this. The grabber. We don't work on the new floors anymore. Says we don't work on the new floors anymore. Everyone's scared of the grabber. There's talk about leaving before the water gets even higher. Leaving for that other construction project. The one taken by rafters they called Utopia. The only Utopia I need is right here. I've started to secure the tower. As long as I live, no one may claim my treasure. No one will reach my nest. The grabber. When people came by, they don't stay for very long. Why? Probably because I keep stealing their stuff. Today, there's a man named Ruben and a boy named Dito. They got caught in a storm and need supplies. When they fell asleep, I nicked a whole set of tools. Crude stuff, but still good. In the morning, they were so freaked out, they sailed away immediately. Hilarious. The grabber. A man taking the dolls arrived yesterday. I found his loud discussions entertaining. Maybe I missed company a bit, too. The man climbed up high into the crane with a satellite dish. He called out on the radio for Astrid. It looked unsuccessful. I might have stolen one of his dolls, Miranda, her name. The man left an hour ago after freaking out all day over it. So many strange people these days. Okay, so there actually wasn't a whole lot of things. If you're playing Raft, you may as well play Grounded. Grounded was also good. The Grabber was my band name in college. At least Bruce isn't here. Yeah, so they've got the G marked here. Why would you make it like this? Okay. So there's clearly a tether on the floor. Alright. So I'm assuming... if I step over that, it's a bad time. What in the absolute hell is this place? Okay, there's a tether. I was like... I have no idea. Ow. I have no idea the level of precisions for the jumps and everything. Like, someone must have come after him or something, that he felt the need to fortify his whole place. More than likely, I'm guessing the poor guy killed himself making this obstacle a maze and just, like, missed a jump one time or something. And just stuck himself with that. supposed to just jump over this? I don't want to drop down. Dropping down here makes me feel unsafe. It feels like a boss room, and we still have the violent, unexplained shaking. Oh, when he said dolls, that's not exactly what I thought he was talking about. I thought he was talking about like a stuffed animal. My college name was Pretzel King. Okay. My inventory's gonna fill up soon. Alright. You made some good pretzel. I haven't made since culinary school. Gotcha. Oh, let's eat some leftovers of questionable quality. Still hot, thankfully. Don't know how that works. Okay. There's just like G's everywhere. So it's got... Yeah, so that's just telling you that the mother lode's way down there. Hey, Noplo, how's it going? You see nothing, Bruce. Mind your business. How did you see me from out below you? Alright. Okay, so. Let's drop off supplies. Alright, inventory's getting pretty full. Let's see. Long live simple things. Let's have more of them, please. Yup. Gonna drop all that out there. Put the explosive powder here. Oh, did I need to research that still? I think I need to research that still. Alright, advanced head life. Reliable and excellent battery lifetime. So it's... okay. So titanium battery rope. I'm probably going to actually want that. If they're giving me a super awesome light, and they're about to have me go into, like, the depths, you know that's not an accident that they put those two things together. So I'm gonna need plastic. Oh, and the gel and the copper should be in here, right? I think I had the gel on me when we died. Oh, hey. I can get rid of the pattern here. We got a spare scrap hook, so let's put that away. Hey, where are you? Go away. You suck, Bruce. Alright, we'll deal with that in a minute. Okay. So I do have this here, that's good. I actually have 2 scrap hooks, which is interesting. And a net. And these. So these I want to go inside. We have the rope here. So put all of those away. And that. I need to put stones away. There. Alright, maybe not here. I'm just trying to find homes for everything. And it is a real struggle. That's food. We can go here and drop you off there. Oh, I actually do want you to be in my hand so I can put that piece of raft back. There we go. They put you away. Alright, so I got a bunch of recipes to pin up. I'm pretty sure I don't have that one yet. I don't have the sushi yet. And I do have the red melons. The red melon can get out of my life. We have a shark dinner. Okay, so let's get back to what we were working on. So I need to make a battery. I need scrap for that. Then go to our equipment and make it advance. You need 2 bars of titanium. Well, you know what I can't do? Satisfy that need. Here, have those. Have that. So I'll need to get more titanium before that's going to happen. But you found out, once you know how to make one type of bread dough, you know the vast majority, because the order of operations is the same as a few ingredients certain doughs. Yeah, there's only a couple that really deviate from being kind of the same thing. Alright, so right now, I'm just going to put this over here on the charger. It's already full, so it won't matter. That I could get later. Okay. Oh, let's, No, I'll bring the zipline thing, because there's zip lines up here and that. Alright, so back in the water. Yep, I guess I get to kill you again. There you are. Hey, Sholin. How's it going? I'll catch up with chat in a minute. It's unfortunately being underwater. It doesn't, like, give me a chance to, like, really look over to chat and talk much. Because I have to, like, watch my stuff. Let's see. Alright, I found out once you make one... Yeah, we already got that. And the word gets out that the Pretzel King is back in Binsheesh. You ain't gonna be able to make enough to cope with the demand. Look, the only demands that are important are my own. What? Alright, so let's check out the mother load. I am having this real bad feeling that whatever's shaking this whole place this whole time is a bad time. Alright. Well, that's not what I want, because I know I'm going to need more weapons, and I really don't want to go all the way back up to the surface to deal with it. But I'm going to have to, because I don't have supplies down here to make it, and you know there's going to be at least 2 or 3 more of those things I have to deal with, so all the way back up to the surface. Alright. I recommend I get slippers. I was actually thinking going all the way to the surface sucks. I should have made slippers a while ago. I've been very stubborn about it. No, we'll put you here. Forgot we killed Bruce yet again. Put that away. I have a really good source of water other than just... Aw, why are you picking on Robot? Robot's just trying to help. Alright, so what do I need for the slippers again? Or flippers? 5, 6, plastic, and rope. Alright, how's it going, Joyful Glow? Put this away and put that away. Alright, and right back in. Oh, right, we couldn't make the helmet. Oh, right. We were up here to make... the spear. Oh, well, good. Why is everyone bullying Robot? It's literally being like, thank you for helping. No bully Robot. Robots is doing Robot's job. Alright. Really? Come on, Bruce. I just replaced my spear. I really don't want to deal with your crap right now. Am I seriously just gonna mess up this whole thing? Alright. Yeah, it's like, come on, man. I literally just killed you. And I broke my spear fighting you, so I came back up here to deal with it, and now I gotta kill you again. It's just kind of annoying, Bruce. Oh, you need more planks. Well, that goes for a minute. A couple mangoes to bring with us. Wow, those are putting out some seeds. I was actually sitting there, it's like, man, I run out of mango seeds soon, which is fine. I've just got a bunch of other tree stuff that we'll deal with. Not gonna worry about that. Alright, and part of the reason I was doing that was I was deliberately delaying so my life could recover. I'm not bullying Bruce. I'm literally minding my own business, and Bruce just keeps coming back for more. All Bruce has to do is go away. Nice, Bruce is defending himself. Well, not anymore. Bruce needs to eat too, you know. Yeah, unfortunately, I have pretty strong feelings about being eaten. Grilled shark for dinner. I mean, Bruce is one of my main food groups. Alright, so let's get back down here after all this time, because I broke my spear on the anglerfish down here. I was like, please give me more air bubbles. Haven't seen any in a little while. It's starting to make me nervous. Okay, 1 second. Let's go up and double check all this. Nope. Okay. Bruce's day keeps the hunger at bay. Let's see. A computer scientist was once offered the opportunity to feed a shark. He turned it down because he did not want to risk losing his arm. I see. Nicely done. I hate the way this is a raid. Are you gonna like... What? What are you? Let's go back for air real fast. Like, when there's a big wall there, and it just, like, made me go up against it, I'm like, I hate the way this is a raid. where it's deliberately intended on keeping my camera focused in one direction while it takes me a moment. Alright, gonna go back for this air. Okay. So the question is, I'm gonna have to actually fight this thing. Hey. So there's... Oh, ho, 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 ho. Alright. It does not look like the spear does anything. Alright, hang on. Let's reassess this. Alright. It's gonna sit underwater and eat my mangoes. So there's a bunch of barrels in the middle. My assumption is I need to take it and get it to ram the glowing barrels. Because I'm assuming they go splody. Ow. Okay, so you don't actually hurt that much. Let me get air. And I'm using this one that's farther away instead of that one, because that's in the room. It seems like he does have a limit where he won't come out here. The good news is, while he did ram me head on, it really didn't do that much damage. So yeah, my assumption is I either need to make him hit the columns. Please hurry. Please hurry. Oh. That's not how I expected that to work. Get a little air. Okay, so I guess I'm supposed to drop the barrels on him? This wouldn't be so annoying, except for the air. Which I do not have the... What happened to my expanded air tank? I made a new one when we died. That's not what I want. Alright, 1 second. We're about to get hit with an ad. I can't. That doesn't actually pause. Thanks to the boost, friend. Is there a way... Does that actually pause? I hate games that don't actually have a pause. Alright, well... I really wanted to pause it for everyone, so we could wait a minute, and, you know... I could go through all that, but unfortunately this game has no pause. So if I stand around and wait out the ad, I'm just wasting my resources. Oh my god, this is so tedious. And this is with the flippers on. Oh man, those flippers are already 2/3 gone. What do I have to do to make you explode that? Oh my god, this is so awful. Like, part of it is I don't have... Oh, he broke a hole in there so it could actually go out. So I thought it was one of these mechanics where you put the barrel down and you get him to hit through it. But it doesn't appear to be the case. So my next assumption is I get him to hit the wall and then I drop the barrel on him. But they drift down so slowly. Yeah, it's definitely not hit through it. Where did you go? Need to get out and recover some life. And my slipper, yeah. The durability on the flippers being so horrendously bad is really unfortunate. I would be okay with them wearing out a little bit, but it's like we've made flippers. I went down once, and they're already mostly gone. Okay, it literally makes a metal chunk if I try and hit it with my spear. So we're not doing that. I could... Maybe there's something I need to take the barrels to be able to not, like, remote explode them. Because my thought was trying to make him hit the barrels. At first I thought I was just going to pile them into, like, the main stack. It's so annoying. Just poke the barrels and fill the room with oil and suffocate him. I mean, honestly, probably a fair strategy in real life. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely the barrels are the key. It wouldn't be so bad, but I don't know what happened. I had the rebreather thing, and I know I died, but I made another one, I'm pretty sure. And it could be I just forgot kind of thing. Oh, I thought I was gonna dodge in time. No, I need you to not ram me again. Would you like some help? No, it's okay. I do appreciate it. Like, it wouldn't be so horrible. Well, there goes my slippers. Alright, so we're gonna go up and we're gonna get the stupid air tank thing. Because this is going to take me an eternity to try and do this where I have to constantly go back. The downside is this does mean Bruce is going to be back, and I'm going to have to break another spear dealing with all that. Alright. Get her air real fast. The flippers in this game, to me, are not reasonable. Like, I've owned flippers. Those things last a very long time. Do they wear out? Certainly. That's one of the things that's always been an issue with survival games. Like, okay, for the fact to make you actually have a reason to make more of the same thing, they have to wear out faster than they do in real life. But then there's a point there's like, look, come on. There's a certain point where it's just too fast. Yeah, well, that was I was thinking the same thing, Polartude. That was like, okay, he rams stuff, and when he does, he kind of shakes his head, and then he goes back. It's not long. The barrels when you drop them, they do take a minute to drift down. Okay, so grab. I don't. Where'd I get the titanium from? What? Actually, wait, I'm putting more steaks in since we have recipes. Alright, I've already got a recipe for this. And drop the heads in here. Bruce. Nobody likes you. Everyone's trying to mind their business, and you're over here tearing everyone's stuff apart. I don't even know what I'm looking for right now. Oh, it's a hammer, that's right. I need the hammer real fast. Where did you... There you go. Can I just buy him... Can you just get someone to buy him, but make them pick up the product in person? Listing him as eBay. Alright, so I need plastic. I believe I needed rope. There's rope, there's plastic. Because I could have sworn I already made this. Like, since we had the one death. Because we've only died once in this run so far. Here we go. Alright, let's drink our water. Alright, so the big issues I've got is one, when I go down, I'm gonna have to fight Bruce again. Look, Bruce, I don't really want to kill you again. Oh, come on, Bruce. I don't want to have to keep replacing my weapons because everything in this game is made out of paper mache and dreams. And contrary to popular belief, those aren't actually that durable. There you are. Like, it's not about the danger of fighting him or anything. It's like very genuinely wasting the materials to fix my spear. Hey, Archplay stuff, how's it going? I don't know, but he's gonna do a lot of damage while I'm on my way down there. Because you can't dodge really easily underwater. So you kind of have to like poke him to back him off. Is this Shark Dentist Simulator? And I just realized I'll have to wait till I get to the next air bubbles. Because apparently the game doesn't have pause. I don't know. That's gotta be a setting, right? Thank you for getting the shout out. I really do appreciate that. For those who do not know, Arch Play Stuff, fantastic content creator. Checked them out the other day playing Coney Island. Or was it Coney Island? I think it's a Coney something. But game we played way in the past. Good time. But definitely would recommend their channel. Good times over there. Alright. So let's go for the next air bubble down here. Now I can hold my breath for more than 30 seconds. Gotten way better? Gotcha. Yeah, I remember playing it and I went into an expectation of way more in like Coral Island's area, which was just not my mindset there was just not right. I think my favorite unrealistic usage of bars in games is the gas station State of Gate 2. The cars in the game get around like 0.5 miles a gallon. Yeah, that's always the survival issue that you run into. Like we've talked about this, like this is the super hyper awesome realistic game of all games, the hyper realistic realism. You forgot to brush your teeth last night, you have gingivitis. Rub some sand on your eye to make it better, because that makes sense somehow. And they'll do that kind of stuff. Be like, you slept in the ground once, you're all covered with worms. It's like, that's not really realistic. Like, there is a chance of that occurring, but it's not a big one. All right. So I'm trying, if you don't mind, to get you to ram this, or at least de-aggro so I can go for air. Oh, hi. Wait, no, not now. Thank you for the boost. Oh, that's why. When he rams me, one ram does literally a third of the damage to the bottle. So I had a bottle, he just destroyed it in 3 hits. That is some hot garbage game. And of course, they positioned all the air pockets. I was kind of hoping I'd be able to do something cheeky, like get close enough that it'd take him too long to spin. Yep, so my bottle is at half health. I know. Oh, such a tedious thing. As he says, in Greenhill's defense, I've spent time in rainforests with terrestrial leeches. If you slept in the ground in those rainforests, you in fact get covered. Well, leeches is one thing. Like, leeches don't bother me that much in the game, because it doesn't take a whole lot to do with you. Just, like, pluck them out. But it's the fact that you, like, lay down on the ground once, and your body's just, like, covered with all of these worms. They have to, like, use the little bone thing to poke out one by one. And you're just like, what the crap? Seriously. And you get it. It's a video game. If they made it actually like in real life where you could sleep a number of times in the ground and not have any real problems, it wouldn't be fun because you could finish the game before it caught up to you kind of thing. It's then people are like, why aren't you playing a realistic survival game like Green Hell? It's like, because it's not realistic. It's just a different time. And I usually end up finding those mechanics just tedious after a while. It is hot in here, so I'm recovering some life because we're low on life. I'm gonna do that. And that doesn't say like Green Hell's a bad game or anything like that. It's just where everyone goes where it's like realism. It's like, but it's really not. It's just very really not. Not gonna lie, I am not enjoying this encounter. Only because, like, You swim slow, so you have no chance to like really spend the time to look around to even see what your choices are. Like it'd be much better if there was an area you could see through and be like, ah, so this is the room. Okay, let me see what I can do with this, and then go in there. Versus right now, I get in the room and I got like 2 seconds to try and look around. And I can see like I can go behind the post and it de-aggroes. But the problem is my breathing time is nowhere near long enough for me to like to sit and hide and wait for him to pass to like check the next corner of the room. They didn't tuck like any air that you can access that doesn't force you to come out, and I get why they did that for the challenge. But for a game that's been so chill, like these, like the way death works in this game by default to me feels like very weird. That's such a chill game for most of it, and then death to be so punishing. And then this boss has also been super annoying. Honestly, now I think about it, the last two areas we were at, this one and the previous one, both had things that were like really not a good feel. Like the move the boxes puzzle. Like I looked at it for 2 seconds and I had the answer. It must have taken me like 5-10 minutes to just push the arrow, hit the button, push the arrow, hit the button, push the arrow, hit the button, arrow, arrow, button, arrow, button, arrow, button, arrow, arrow, button. And it was like, oh my god, please. Did you play test your game? And you went, yeah, that's fine. Like, why wouldn't you have it where I walk up, I like hit it, you zoom in on like a panel or something, and then I could just use like the arrow keys or something. Like the puzzle part was fine. It was the interface with the puzzle that's the problem. And then I don't mind having a boss encounter in this. It's just the way this is implemented being such a chore. Man, and these water balls and all that lasting like literally we're doing one dive and it's already going to be worn out by the time we're done. Alright, so it's coming around. Let's try tucking in one of these. Those are solid. I can't actually tuck into them. Oh my god, this is so terrible. That doesn't help me. I thought I was baiting him, but I baited myself. This is, I never played Raft, but it does sound like a pretty easy to lose tech levels from Lost Gear, if you're not careful. Yeah, and it's like, once you have the things on your raft to deal with it, it's not the end of the world. Like, for if this was, you know, not a big, like, story going on and just survival kind of thing, I'd be way less forgiving. It's just, oh my god, why can you see behind you? Stop. Oh. Okay, so I can't actually go in the vent. Well, that makes an interesting choice. That gives me a place I could hide in the back now. Now, are those in all the back areas or just on the end here? Okay. That gives me a way to, like, actually circumvent through this place. Alright, that at least gives me some options. I still don't know where I'm supposed to be exploding stuff. No, good. Some healing salve. Okay, that's way better. So, what we need to do is figure out what we're supposed to do with these explosive barrels. It could be that I'm supposed to drop them on top of him. I can't imagine it's going there. The other one I thought of was putting them by the columns, but I haven't really seen a way to detonate them. Because my original assumption was you get him to slam into them, but that didn't work. Not that works any good underwater. I tried the bow underwater before, and the arrow lost speed in like 2 feet. All right. And her water bottle's already long gone. Let's try grabbing a barrel. I also really don't like that he can apparently see out of his back. Like, that's the other things that's bothering me, is I go down here, and he could just immediately whip around and know where I am. Sure. As long as you're not just giving me... like, just straight up information. Alright. So the only other thing I can think is to bait him into ramming the barrel. If you already know... if you already know how it works, or you looked it up where, like, don't give me, like, a straight giveaway. Okay, so he won't even come over here. Yeah, my best guess is to get him to hit a wall or something. And then drop the barrel on him. Because he's already rammed me with this before. I've already tried to have him ram it. Yeah, like he just crossed right through it again. That's actually not what I was trying to do, but... I tried putting the barrels by the columns, and he won't ram the columns as far as I've been able to get him to do. We could try that again in a minute. Okay, and just testing. Stabbing the explosive barrel doesn't do anything. It wouldn't be so bad if it was not have to constantly deal with air. Thanks, buddy. You're damaging my zip line too, so let's take it off. Yeah, that's the thing, like, but that was still information. If I poke the barrel and it does something, then I know that maybe it is I have to, like, get something to hit the barrel with. Yeah, the problem I have with the pillars that I found. There we go. I've been trying to make him do that for a while. So there we go. We need to make him hit those columns, I think. Alright. Let's just try and do. The other times I'd try and kite him to that, he wouldn't stick to it. I need to get the air. Alright, so now I just have to have the patience to go through this the whole time. The downside is I don't have the food to do it. I'm gonna have to go back to the surface to finish this encounter. Okay. So I guess we gotta make him ram it again. Hey, buddy. Of course you'd miss. It's so annoying. Like, if you weren't so slow underwater, it wouldn't be nearly as aggravating. But you are. And your air doesn't last nearly long enough for this kind of thing. Does he have an eyebrow piercing? He's got a whole lot of stuff going on. Come on. What was that? Okay. Let's take the fact that he's retreated to an upper floor. Back out, get our food handled. Oh my god, the rate your air goes away and everything. Alright, so I gotta go back up for food, because the problem is if I wait till my food gets too low, then I'll swim too slow to be able to make, like, to get back up and all that. And this also means I gotta go back up here. I'm gonna break my spear on Bruce, so I'm gonna have to make another spear. Like, that's just been the frustration about all this, is it's just, like, the durability of your equipment is really standing out right now, just how bad it is. Yeah, so we did break the floor of one of the rooms. So the assumption is we just repeat it. I know, Bruce, it's fine. I'll deal with you in a minute. Okay. For the floor higher? Oh, so baited him to hitting one of the columns again. Only this time it actually damaged the column, versus the last time he just kind of bumped into the area or something. I don't really know why it didn't work the first time. Like, you very well could have missed it, just looked like it hit from my angle or whatever the first time. Oh my god, Bruce, go away. My spear's gonna break on you. Yeah, no, so we did get him to ram it, he damaged it, then there's like the rebar would show, so you stick the the explosive barrel into the rebar, and then you get him to ram it a second time. And then they got all mad and broke the ceiling, and so we do it again, but this time we go up a floor. Oh, I need to... make our new spear, because this one's about to break. No new spear. I accidentally did stuff I shouldn't have done, so I cannot physically make a spear now. That's any good. Actually, I can. I forgot we did pull some ingots in there. Make him bring him the piano down and serenade him. I would be down for like that kind of like, you know, weird kind of alternative way of solving the puzzle. And these guys, killing him is important because there can only be one. The ocean is not big enough for the two of us. Absolutely. I'm glad you understand. Where did my play bowl go? Alright, well, go grab another one. That's fine. I must have accidentally auto-stacked it away. Don't make bolts. So that's my problem. I keep accidentally making bolts. So there's a replacement spear. put one of these back. Oh, hey, you don't belong in there. Get the next 3 grilling. Okay, Bruce. Bruce. Go faster, go faster, go faster. If I can get down here fast enough, Bruce won't see me and I'll get away with it. Alright. Maybe this guy replaces Bruce for the rest of the game. Wouldn't that be fun? That'd be terrible. But like, you don't have to like re-armor your boat. Just a regular armor is fine. It's just every so often you're just going along, your raft just goes like just enough to throw your heading / aggravate you. All right. The amount of time this is taking is super annoying. We've been at this for about an hour and a half now. One ram destroys your raft. Yes, just shears it along the one side. Okay. So, what we learned in the last one. Yeah, what that I think the 2 things that are frustrating me about this the most is probably the biggest one is how little time your like your air bottle and your flippers last. That is easily the one that's annoying me the most. Because it's you build it, it has a decent material cost, and very genuinely I swam down and before it came up they're already worn out. Okay, so challenge with this one is the barrels are easier to get at, but the columns are not. Give me the barrel, give me the barrel, give me the barrel before he comes back. That's not broken. Alright, so I need to get air. It looks like it's more than one ram this time. Get her air. Get the barrel in position. Stop it. I need the air first. Don't be so bad, but I'm so slow. Where did the barrel go? Oh, it didn't actually put in position. That's annoying. Okay, there he is. I say I've lost sight of him. No, 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 no. That's not fair. Come on. Oh, I didn't grab my water. Come on. So annoying. Alright, let's check these other ones. See if we don't have, like, a cooler with some supplies up here. Why are we doing this again? Because we showed up someplace, and there's a big scary shark that's unlike everything else, and I don't have the item or codes I need to continue the next area, so the assumption is he will have it. Which is a pretty safe assumption. If you're, like, progressing a game that's like, here's a big scary boss-like thing, it's like, alright, well, I definitely need to kill that to go to the next zone. Or escape it, or whatever it is. And considering I can just leave, escape is not the thing. Because generally, linear games are linear. Yep. My assumption is we're going to kill it, and we're going to get the crane key. Or as the shark breaks all the walls and all that. Plot twist, this might be a mini-boss. Hey, as long as the main boss, I don't have to do anything nearly this tedious. I baited myself into that. I was like, don't you dare turn around and then make it so there's nothing here. I'm gonna have to go out for water. So those are reinforced columns. All right, so we're gonna have to exit this building and go for water soon. Oh, come on. That's exactly what I was hoping. He knocked a hole in a wall, so at least now I can get out of here relatively quick. Because I forgot to fill up my water bottle, which is on me. I'm super annoyed with myself for it. Because all it's doing is making me have to go back. Well, that's the thing. I took flippers the first time in there, and they lasted not even half a dive before they were worn out. and I am just not okay with games that make your items burn out that long, like that quickly. Like it's unless it's something like it's. Oh my God, Bruce, I am not interested in dealing with you right now. Okay, so now I've got 3 food, I've got a full water bottle, I've got 2 spears, I've got no forgiveness for Bruce in my heart. Hey, Faceplex, how's it going? Alright. Trying to watch for Bruce to go. Bruce is over there. Nope. I'm gonna have to fight Bruce. I didn't want to. There goes spear number 1. There's hit number 2. There it is. Okay, might have lost him by just getting him caught. Nope, I did not. Bruce, I don't want to deal with you, and I'm losing track of you and all this garbage. Would you seriously just give it a rest, Bruce? Alright, tired for the day, but it was too hot. How about you? It's pretty good. I mean, I end up having to deal with a lot of house stuff. So the problem is he's going down and then he's like clipping on the terrain. So I'm not getting a chance to really watch for him. There you are. I'll deal with that in a moment. We need air first. Okay, there we go. You're hurting his dad. He is defending his legacy. Well, it's just... I mean, like, you can sit there and we can make jokes about, like, the whole game thing. But, like, for me, it's just... It's a real frustrating thing with this. Because so much of this encounter is just tedious dealing with all these things. That it really does negatively impact how I'm experiencing the game. Because, like, to me, this is not a fun encounter. Because of how slow you swim and how little time it takes you to run out of oxygen. There we go. I don't honestly know where he is. Just that he was going for the hit and... Oh, he has to hit higher up for it to do anything. This sucks so much. Thanks, I was trying to get to the edge anyways. Alright. Like, it... Just... Go away. You'll never know love. I need to stay aggroed, man. Alright, I really have to get down here, like now. I was really not sure what angle he was coming from. Okay, so let's get our air. I already got a barrel staged. Look, man, I actually need you to charge this. Oh, come on. Don't have, like, weird pathing. This whole encounter is an exercise in frustration. Okay, I'm at the barrel. See me. See me. See me. See me. Oh my god, please see me. I need air soon. Oh, thank goodness you died finally. You were easily the worst part of this whole game. Burns like, witness me. Please tell me I can harvest your corpse. I want at least something from it. Yes, give me all of the shark meat that has ever been. All of it. I want 1,000. If it's anything less than 1,000, I'm gonna be disappointed. Alright, I'm actually pretty okay with this. Okay. Alright, so clearing that this way. Blueprint to a wind turbine. We got a crane key. either one. Surprised we're having like an inside the building tube maze right now. Alright. So that crane will take those ominous cinder blocks up there and let they dump them down here. Or over there. Probably over there. I'm not sure why I want to do that, but I mean... No one's ever had to give me a reason to be incredibly destructive before. Okay. So you got me a wind turbine. So... what is that going to do for us? Bruce, my dude. There's no way Bruce isn't a dude, bro. There's just no way. That kind of toxic behavior, there's no way he's not. He is absolutely a bro. Oh my goodness. Alright, just checking one thing real fast. Okay, can't hurt back yet. Alright. So I've got water. I've got some food. So now, that's not exactly what I had in mind. Oh, of course you were waiting right there. Suck, Bruce. Now I'm concerned about killing him and just trying to get over here without taking a bunch of damage along the way. Okay. So good news is, while Bruce keeps coming back, I feel like they did learn their lesson with a bunch of these places. Because when we first came here, there was a bunch of rats and, you know, the anglerfish and all those kind of stuff, and I kept, you know, I had to go through and I had to kill them all. But they never came back, and I appreciate that. Because with, like, for example, the cruise ship, as you wander back and forth, you kept killing the same rats over and over and over again. And it started to get just, like, really annoying. Again, because your weapons would break so fast, and you'd have to, like, leave the cruise ship to go back and, you know, repair your weapons all over again. Let's see. So breaking the tower get us access to important stuff? Yes. We got the wind turbine, and we got the crane key. I see Jump Puzzle Guy is still getting work. Yep. Break it. Break it. I don't know why we did that, but it was satisfying. What? Why did we smash a giant hole in the skyscraper? Like, they're putting all this time and effort into constructing, we're just like, no. We can leave nothing nice left in this world. Oh, for a moment I was like, please tell me I didn't just fall through where I can't get back. Everything taller than your building, your boat must be destroyed. Oh, that's fair. An advanced battery, temperance, a bunch of random materials. So is there not a note that's going to tell me what this place is that I have destroyed my way into? Oh my god, please, Bruce. Just go away. Okay, so I already have that. So an advanced battery. This is the battery with higher capacity. Alright, so did you get anything new? I would be bored these days if the mother lode wasn't on the forefront of my mind. The water stole it from me, and I should have acted sooner. Now, there's trouble in the way. It's a risky deal with, but it might be worth it. The thought gnaws at me. But it's just one shark. How hard could it be? The grabber. And then the assumption is he didn't make it. So 3603, we can leave. We can finally be out of here. So turn this on. Okay, so the heading is... Oh my god, Bruce. Go away! Grab a stack of you. Grab what little plastic I have left, apparently. Do you have a battery charger? Yes, I do. Alright, we're moving. Hard bait, hoo-ha-ha. Alright, so how are we doing on fuel? At about halfway. Alright, so. I want to move that. Farming, scarecrow, nails and palm leaves. Am I missing a seed? I guess all my seeds just... Oh, right. The crow managed to actually destroy one of our things. Alright, I can not express how glad I am that experience is over. I was not having a good time with that boss. Honestly, that whole area, as far as the places we've been, easily has been my least favorite. The birdhouse? There's no birdhouses. Okay. They're beehives. It's fine. That's not what I was trying to do. All right. Let me up the ladder. There was literally a second one going at it. Okay, it's fine. Take the drumstick. Alright, let's grab the biofuel out of here. We can put the legs in there. We'll try and... I hear you. Alright. Okay, so you secured all these platforms. So I think we're honestly good. Yeah, so we got all these all secured. So it's kind of gonna just be time that I'm just gonna keep trying to build out stuff more and more. Like, reinforce every single tile we have in this stupid thing. I'm also trying to deliberately target the ones back here first, because it takes me longer to walk the whole way around that. Okay. Let's drop a dose of biofuel in here. That should fill it. The biofuel there for right now. We're going to keep collecting those materials for the moment. Okay. So we've re-equipped ourselves. If we see some islands, we're going to go to those. Try and pick up some metal, try and pick up some titanium, try and get ourselves all resituated. Because if I can reinforce enough of my raft, Bruce will stop attacking me because he won't be able to hit anything. Are we already here? Because that looks like... that can't be just some random island. Alright, never mind. We're already here. Okay, there's an island here, and there's no one right there I can see on the distance. Oh. Wait a second. Oh, that's not what we're looking for. That's just an iceberg. Turn fast. Too low. Too late. Dang it, Bruce. It's not the time. Gonna hit it, aren't we? Bruce? Hit everything you stand for. Alright, so we're looking for a gap in here to get through, because it looks like there's icebergs surrounding this, but there's gaps in between the icebergs, so I don't think we just jump on in kind of thing. This is one place where having multiple players actually does come in handy. Because, like, the one person could deal with, like, refueling all the things, going through all that, while the other one actually sits there and, like, navigates. Is that a path through over there? Right there? It is not. Okay. We're gonna try just pulling up here. I'm dropping off all the materials I can. Keep that with us. Bring that with us. I should keep the rope on me. That's not enough metal to do anything with. Bring all those, set those up there. Drop off the metal detector. You know what? We're gonna bring the metal detector. I think we're bringing most of our supplies on this one. I was actually expecting those to be cooked. Give me a moment. All right, I need more planks. Alright, so we've got the shark for some food. I've got a clay bowl and some veggies. Let's grab the veggies real fast. Alright, so just make myself some food real quick. I do not know why it is so absurdly hot in this house today. Oh, I see. My AC was like, no, I saw you turned it down. No. You got that wrong, man. You definitely really want it to be hotter. I understand. Honest mistake. We all do it. I've gone ahead and corrected it. What am I hearing rushing water-wise? Come on, I need my vegetable soup. And not Bruce doing Bruce things. Alright, I didn't want to have to go all the way back over here and grab my supplies and fix my raft. Like, it's one of those things, honestly, if I was, playing off-stream, where I didn't really care about how long things took, I probably would just go to one of the, like, kind of go island to island, just ignoring the story, and reinforce every single tile of the raft. But oh my god, that'd take forever. Why do I have a bad feeling I'm going to find polar bears? Oh, from what I thought, it's an invisible wall. Alright. At least you don't have to make winter clothes. I was actually sitting there thinking, is like, okay, am I going to sit there and be like, oh, it's cold, and then your life starts draining? Alright, is there something I could throw on the ground? Okay. The spot with the box in the ground is not a great marker, but my raft is in that direction. Requires electric cable. Okay. I haven't been able to go into these any of these so far. I was hearing extra footsteps. I was like, what? Okay. All right. We've learned things. So I don't want to go taking off with a snowmobile yet, till we've explored this a little bit better. So we've definitely got radiation down below. And all these things, they require cables. Like, just everything requires electrical cable. None of the doors open. That's just a path through. Got a giant tower here. Two electrical cable. Alright, so I can't flip on things. It's got limited range, so it's gonna have to go there. I don't really know where I'm supposed to be taking this. Was the node in front of the power source you were just at? Let me check. There is. Okay. Ditto showed me and Henry some abandoned igloos. The boy got them to open by fiddling with some cables. The big igloo is still shut, though. I wonder what's inside. Dito introduced me to a man named Reuben. He was hurt. Looked like wounds from a bear attack. So I helped fix up the wounds. Astrid used to fix up my wounds the same way. Where are you, sis? So, with the cables, I was able to run it there. And to here. But I think I have to actually run it to here to get the next one. So that's the idea. Is it's going to be a puzzle where I have to run those line of sight from place to place to open the rooms one by one. And my guess is that, yeah, so that tower turned off. So I'm taking the snowmobile, looking for like another tower. And they mentioned a bear attack, so... wait, what? Oh, you do not steer in a way I enjoy. And the reason we're doing this is later we're gonna have to fight something to get more oh, it turned off. We're gonna have to fight something, or there's gonna be radiation or something that doesn't mean I'll have enough time to grab it. Okay, so there is another thing over there. No, go, go, go! Polar bear confirmed. Yeah, I figured there's no way they wouldn't have a polar bear. Fast and Furious Siberian Drift. Yeah, so you get what's going to happen is you're going to be able to get to high points, see the tower out in the distance. So this is a much nicer one. So I'm going to have a puzzle I'm going to have to use that'll be like, you know, figuring out what point to what point will make me waste the least amount of cable, that kind of thing. All right. And they also are leaving me igloos everywhere that we can figure this stuff out. The polar bears aren't that bad to deal with. If I've already got one, I could just race past with the snowmobile and not deal with the polar bear. All right. Let's check you out if I can. I don't see any more visible towers. That seems to be the edge of the ledge over there. Alright, game. Now you're just being mean. And I didn't repair my weapons. I'm guessing, yeah, and I cannot climb back out. I don't recall these things being too good at chasing me. Okay. That's because I never stopped to fight them. So I think that's considered walled off. Yep. Okay. How convenient to be there's weird ladder that goes down into a little spot underneath for no apparent reason. Alright, getting more vending machine tokens. We got some notes. Okay. Sure. Oh, I cannot read that. Alright, hang on. Let's see if I can't move to get better lighting. Okay. There's bears all over this frozen island. One of them completely wrecked the boat we tried to get away. When we tried to get away. None of the usual tricks worked. Henry and I would have been eaten if that boy with the air horn hadn't shown up. His name is Dito. Says he came from with some survivors. I asked Henry if I should trust the boy, but I didn't get an answer. And then that was just the note we already read. Actually, wait. That's saying there's another page. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's check to make sure it wasn't Anything through here? Okay. So that's literally the place I was trying to get to when everything fell open. Alright, so that wasn't too bad. It was only 2 anglers, so even if I didn't have a weapon, I would have been able to, like, force my way past them. So spears 2. Let's see. The boat is ready to go. Dito is ready with the air horn, and Ruben can at least walk. Henry is staying behind. It's bittersweet, but he doesn't speak with me anymore. But I think it's safer for someone to stay behind. Dito says there's a place with lots of people. Ruben says Astrid might be there. She definitely isn't here in this cold place. Nice talking to people, Bruno. All right. Oh, you know what it was? All right. Oh, here we got another note. Yes, we have bird, whatever that is, hook that thing. So the anchor says 8, spear is 2. So it's going to, what's going to be happening here, there's going to be a bunch of those signs we're going to have to find. And then this is going to tell us the order they go in. And that up there is going to tell us what number goes on them. So I'm trying to look for 1. The first one is going to be whatever the bird is. All right, so bird, pufferfish, hook, sailboat. That's going to be the boat. So the boat will be 8. I don't know what this is about, though. Spear. There's nothing here that says spear to me. And that says 8. 2. The seagull has no number on it. Henry's just doing Henry things. The shark has no number on it. The 3. 1 second. You have 8 stars. You have 2 stars. So that's just telling me those, it's how many stars are on those. But now I need to figure out what order to put them in. Okay, so that's this thing here. So number 2, let me go ahead and do this. So number 2 is that face. And so we're going by this number stars. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. So 9 is the second position. If you those who didn't catch how I'm doing this, these are telling me how many stars are in a constellation. It's basically telling me that this constellation is worth 2. This constellation has 8 stars, it's worth 8. So I have my notes here to tell me which order they go in. So I just need to find the constellations on here. Alright, the boat is 4, so position 4 is 4. The hook is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The third position is 6. Hey, wondering how I figured out that kind of thing so fast? Looking for the bird. I have done a lot of escape rooms. I don't think that's the bird. That's the bird there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so in theory it should be 5, 9, 6, 4. You got me the Selene key. An advanced stationary anchor. What's the difference between an advanced stationary anchor and just an anchor? Well, that's interesting, because it doesn't even show up on the list of anchors. Oh, because I haven't researched it, right. Okay, so we got this puzzle figured out. DK Haas says, I've seen people play this game and a bunch don't, and I don't remember this part. Is it part of the final update? I believe so. All of the content after here is new content for me. So I'm not going to jump into the gazing chasm that before. I wonder if you're clever, if you can, like, deliberately avoid that. Like a speedrunner knowing that you can just go around, or you might even have to go there. Okay, so... was there a note in the fence? We could check real fast. I didn't see one, but it could also be just me not noticing it. Oh, there may have been a note in the fence that's like, warning, like, the ground's unstable here, be careful, underground tunnel is compromised. I'm noticing that polar bear's not back yet. Okay, this close enough. There is a note on the fence. What does the note here? Strategically placed. I've already lost Miranda. I will not lose you too, Henry. The two of us have followed the signal far south. I know from my sister, there's no doubt. Henry is skeptical. He thinks the cold will be dangerous. I'm more scared of whatever's out there in the snowstorm. Bruno. So Bruno is the one who has all the dolls. Dito is like the really smart kid who doesn't always make the best decisions, but is like really just kind of mechanically, electrically inclined kind of deal. And there was another person here. Oh yeah, it's Ruben. I remember Ruben was maybe that is all the towers? No, there's another tower way over there. If you suffer from simulation sickness, this might not be a good time for you. I do apologize. Oh, are you kidding me? Alright. Let's roll it back. Alright, so we haven't used our one turbo mode for the episode, right? This snowmobile, no. Like, even though we are quite literally riding on ice and snow, it really behaves like we're riding on just straight up ice with no traction whatsoever. There. We used this episode's turbo boost. We're good. We only get the one, though, so we gotta make it... Oh. I was thinking that was a required thing. That was just a hidden cache of goodies. Alright, so we've got... That tower's lit up there, and I don't see any other towers. That clearly is a nuclear reactor glowing green and emitting gas into the sky. And we're not talking steam. Like, steam would be fine. We're talking a far more concerning and ominous emission of clouds. I say, please die. My bow is almost broken too. So I didn't notice I just broke my spear. I also have questions in that they're like, oh, hey, we noticed that if you run the power cables to all the houses, you can get inside them and they got goodies. Tito's so smart. Did they, like, go around the island and put the cables back? The polar bear's like, no, everything has its proper place. What are you doing? Oh, good. We found the gym. All right. So I'm trying to see if there's a better power junction I can get to get closer to the center of town. All right, so there's your limit. Oh, so am I gonna have to, like, genuinely bridge every single door? Which I assume the vast majority of these are not going to be useful. Do you not have a power port? Alright, no power port for you. Okay. So what I'm going to assume is that I want to disconnect that cable. Grab from here, and I might be able to reach this one without... Aw, it's right there. Okay, fine. It's very clearly meant so you do have to go to, like, all the places. Okay, I think, even though the box appeared, I think those ones we go back home. So there's no power port on these ones for me to plug into to open them up. We have healing salve and good healing salve. You may not realize it, but the other healing salve, ooh, you don't want that stuff. That is the wrong healing salve. Please, game. Stone arrows. Head broth? I'm not sure what head broth is, nor am I particularly sure I want to know what it is. Eat it. I've lost track of what it is. Like, I don't see it here? Pretty sure we picked it up. Oh, it's a recipe. That's a deeply upsetting recipe. When it was head broth, I wasn't expecting a literal head to be sticking out of my food. Alright, let's turn over here. Stone arrow. Okay, so we have welcome mats, tables, cups, bowls, plates, furniture. So this is all cosmetic stuff. That's all fine. Advanced biofuel refinery. Okay, game, look. I appreciate what you're doing. But my inventory genuinely cannot handle what you're doing. So we got a blowtorch, and we don't really know what it's going to be used for yet. That's fine. We actually did make our backpack 10 slots larger. I wonder if I can put on a second backpack. I don't think we can. Okay. Let's try to identify which way's back to our boat. I had thrown a box down on the ground and like, this is the best I've got I can do. So it's either those two over there that's back to my boat, or it's those two over there. Judging by the towers I see on the distance that way, I'm gonna go with this way. Or it could be those two. I think it's these two. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's these two. That my boat's in that general direction. Yeah, so we got a blowtorch. I don't know what it's used for yet. Meanwhile, we just leave everything plugged in. So the battery generator that someone has been conserving just in case, or just depleting it for no reason at all. So the things we still have is one, there's radiation down in a basement area that I cannot safely go into. There's some head stew. That's fine. Do what you're gonna do. I'll need you. I've got the rope. I've already got the bars, so we can go to weapons. Simple fish stew. Go away, all you critters. Alright. Are those bees? Yes, they are bees. And my fake raft? What makes my raft fake? It has water wheels, it's no longer a raft. I still actually don't know where, like, what is the definitive thing that says this is a raft, this is not a raft, like that kind of thing, where it's like, okay, you know, we've definitely crossed the territory that we're not a raft. Like, is it a certain size of the craft? Is it some of the materials on the craft mechanism-wise? I think I already have this. Yep. South side of the boat with you. Look. So an advanced biofuel refiner mixes raw food and honey to create biofuel. Okay. Advanced stationary anchor works remotely with the engine control. Okay. That makes sense. That's why you'd want that. What's the difference between a boat and a ship? Again, I just don't know. I'm not saying there isn't one. I'm saying I don't know, and I would be curious about what like the official definition is. Size and purpose? You're in Jamaica? Ah, you're in Jamaica. That's cool. I mean, actually warm, but yes. A ship can carry a boat, but a boat can't carry a ship. I mean, not with that attitude. I mean, the attitude may not make any difference, but definitely not with that attitude. All right. So yeah, so we got a couple pages in there. Let's check inside the main building. I'm surprised you didn't see a note in there anywhere. Because we ran through all there. We've run all the cables. I don't have any spare cables, right? I actually do have a spare cable. I don't see anywhere to run it. So we've got this bunker over here. And it's got radioactive gas down in it. And there's nothing obviously around it. But we did find a blowtorch. But I haven't seen anything one way or another that a blowtorch would help with. And this mentions... Henry is staying behind. It's bittersweet. He doesn't speak with me anymore. But I think it's safer that someone stay. Dato says that there's lots of people. Ruben says Ashford's there. Okay. So I thought he mentioned what directions. Not that I have that. Take a rad pill. Pretty cool. Gonna go lick radiation? That's not how radiation works. It's not a physical thing you can lick. So, I guess my next move, since I don't know what you got going on there, let's start trying to go to the giant, horrible radioactive power plant in the distance and see if something other than just dying prevents us from getting there. Right, but typically you're incapable of licking radiation. Like, you can lick something that happens to be radioactive, but that'd be something different from, you know, like a radio. Oh, you are correct. I definitely went out with that attitude. Opens up, immediately green haze emits out, and we die. Like, they have a well-contained nuclear meltdown, and we just happen to just unleash it on the world. I like that I'm running around like wearing a, all modern space like environmental suit for dealing with extremely high radiation and all that. And also walking around with a piece of, sharpened metal on the end of a stick for a spear. So that's definitely saying PM on it. And I haven't seen that repeated anywhere else. There wasn't a button. Oh, okay, so I'm noticing there's a big radioactive gauge on the bottom of my screen that's slowly, Okay, so CL has a number. PM has a number pad. Yeah, CL's chlorine, right. I don't remember what PM is. Potassium, maybe? Promethium? Okay, now we walk up to that, just resets it. I mean, regardless, the door's locked from the other side. Requires a reactor key. So, my only choice is to go down that room. Or we can take the note that's sitting right here. I called Sparrow. Whoever finds this, know that I held humanity's interests first always. I sent Celine along with 2 colleagues. One who I discovered was a mole by the investors. Had Owl been allowed to come to Celine, the knowledge of this unlimited green energy would have been monopolized by the same people who caused this mess to begin with. The other colleague I left behind. I did not trust you. Kaku. I couldn't. It was too much to risk. I hope you will forgive me. Well, I mean, sure. I actually don't think this room is radiating us. Like, literally, it's just going down regardless of room. It's just an arbitrary timer. Alright, so definitely need to go down here. Checking to make sure I didn't miss a note. Alright. Oh! PM is 61. Alright, that's fine. Calcium is 20. Alright. So PM is 61. That was over here. I'm assuming this is going to be associated with its atomic number. Are you kidding me? Alright. So we need to identify all the numbers, write them down, and then I have to run between them quickly and enter them into all the things during the time limit. That isn't cool, man. And this doesn't pause, so we're just gonna have to deal. Get the post-it note. 37 for RB. 61 for PM. $11 for NA. PT is 78. $80 is HG. CE is 58. $20 is chaotic awesome. I need to go and get out of here. Yeah, see, out here I'm fine. It's just when I'm down there. Okay, we didn't finish checking all the numbers in there. And then we're going to do a quick walk around and look at the computers and see which ones we actually need. Because it looks like we got a bunch that are probably just red herrings. 17. No, timer runs out and everything's fine for like 30 to 40 years. It's dark, I'm sorry. Alright, so I think we got all the posters. I don't see any out here. Okay, so let's check very carefully. I'll finish checking this room. So we do have Ruben. That's what we call it. It's Ruben now. This power plant runs on sandwiches. Don't you dare. Why? Ruben's my favorite element. Not big on the sauerkraut with it, but you know, it's fine. The 61 for PM. Okay, I think it might only be 3, maybe 4 of these. And then CL is 17. Okay. Alright. So the plan is do the CL, then the RB, then the PM. I should be able to do that pretty fast. The CLs are 17, 61, 37. And I immediately put them in a different order because I walked into them in order. At least I remember the numbers. Did we succeed? Did we succeed? I figured there'd be more of a fanfare for that. Okay, well, I guess we wander down there and see if maybe a door open that I overlooked. Don't worry about how I'm drinking that in a hazmat suit while actively in a... There we go. In a, hazardous environment. So, I'm not seeing more radiation down here. Is that a rad roach kind of thing? Alright, there's the big some nightmare creature in there. So the hope is that there'll be more suits in here. I'm pretty sure we're safe from radiation where I'm at. Because, you know, a nuclear power plant is clearly going to have labeled atomic numbers as their security codes. Yep. Oh, hey, what? Where are you all coming from? You're also not... Where are they all coming from? Alright, well, let's go ahead and head up here. Interestingly enough, they really didn't do much damage. All right, let's go back here, re-up our suit just in case the next room isn't there. I'm sure the raw meat is perfectly fine to eat as well. I was thinking the same thing. It's like, yeah, there's no way out. Like, your situation has to be pretty desperate before you take your chances with that. It's really thankful that we just see this glowing haze that lets, you know, a Geiger counter that we clearly had before we had the radiation suit to let us know that we're in radiation. And not something that's somewhere meaningful like that. You turn off, right? Where am I supposed to be putting that? Oh, I'm trying to aim it to that. Yeah, no, I was trying to. It's just kind of finicky the way it moved. Okay. Let's deal with the roaches that are going to be in here first. Okay, this seems way more horrifying. Can I just rotate them by hand? Okay.
Thank you B_type13x2 for subscribing for 10 months. This game has reminded me that sharks can sometimes just be jerks.
Thank you, B-Type, for the tier 1 sub. That's 10 months you've been subbed to the channel, so I really do appreciate that continued support. And I do hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for supporting the channel for so long. Does that hurt me? Yep. I had to test. Alright, so I cannot move the ones in there. Too far? As I tried to reason with a shark, it never stopped destroying my raft, and it just ate me. Yeah, Bruce is a jerk. So it looks like you need to ever so slightly tweak it. Ow. Ow. I was trying to position myself to where I thought I was going to be behind it. I was wrong. There's an elevation. Hmm. So many mirrors I can get out of these ones. I can't really get an angle to do much with that. Oh, hang on. It's fine. Yeah, so that one can really only go here or over there. All right. Yeah, so not much. Solving a puzzle. All right, so I don't think I can use that one for anything. That one's no good. So I think it's safe to assume this mirror is the next mirror. Because I don't have line of sight in these mirrors over here. Yeah, I can't get to those, so these are the only other ones I can use. Alright, so I don't feel like we skipped the... I feel like we have to go back to what we were doing the original time. Alright. Yeah, so the objective is I'm trying to get that to point here. Now, catch is this is kind of in the way, so I'm either going to have to ricochet off that to the control panel, or I'm going to have to ricochet off this. For that to work, either need to bounce it off one of these mirrors at enough of an angle I can get over there. Which require me to get off that mirror, which require me to get off that mirror. I don't have an angle here. Yeah, it's not gonna work. I like how you have a hazmat suit, you're still carrying around a spear. I actually brought that up earlier. It's like, I love how it's not just like a spear in general. It's a spear that's just a wooden stick that we happen to have put like a sharpened piece of metal on the end of it. And tied it with some rope that we, you know, put together by just tethering some palm fronds. Okay. Let's center that up again. Ow. Stop it. Yeah, we tried that before. Let's try instead. Do this, re-up our suit. Yeah, so I want to get this a little bit better of an angle there. So close. Let's get our suit re-upped. So you are hitting that mirror, it's just a too steep of an angle. So close. Because that's what I'm trying to do, is like crisscross the entire room between these plates out here. Because if I can get them to ping pong, that'll actually take it right over. Yeah, it's not gonna work. I can't get the angle I need if I move any of these. You can't really hit any other mirrors unless... I was wondering if I can set this up so that it comes at a steep angle, we ricochet it back at another different steep angle. Maybe. Aw, come on. I just want to solve the puzzle without having to deal with some silly arbitrary timer. Alright, so that's not gonna go farther. Fine, don't worry about it. Yep, and all I have to do is line this up and we'll be good. I am wrong. I do not need to just line this up and we'll be good. Let's top off real fast. We need Bruce laser on set. I know, right? If we just had a shark with a freaking laser beam, we could do so much. Oh, you know what I can do? Might be able to turn that far enough to sneak the laser by. Nope. Huh. The problem is I need to retreat soon because of water. So I've got to bounce from either off. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to turn it that way. I just had to look. We're gonna have to back out real fast and restock up our supplies. Yeah, so that was teaching us about the lasers in that room. Oh, man. It's a shame whatever this door is isn't open, so I gotta walk the whole way through this place. I'm just trying to see if there's like a shortcut door we unlocked. Alright. The good news is it only showed a couple areas were contaminated. I feel like that's the door right there. But there's only a couple areas that were contaminated, so there's a good chance we'll be able to get a bunch of things sorted. Alright, let's get back. I might be in big trouble here. I'd be pretty upset if we die here. And unfortunately, your items do disappear. Like, you lose a bunch of items when you die. And then the other problem we have is that if I try and throw my items on the ground, they do just disappear after a little while as well. I don't know if it's distance or time or both. Can't just eat snow? No, I also don't see my raft. No, don't make me drop stuff. Meat doesn't give me water. That makes it worse, actually. Yeah, so we're gonna die and we're gonna drop all our junk. I know I can drop stuff on the floor, and I will, but, is a problem that despawns, I need to be able to find my way back to my body. The good news is it's taking a while to kill me. I should be able to drop stuff pretty fast. I'm hoping I can get right over here and my raft will be right here. There it is. No, that isn't. That's the power plant. What is that? What are you? No, you are my raft. I'm hitting like an invisible wall or something that's pushing me to the right instead of the way I want to go. So this will be fine. We're gonna get closer. I'm gonna start. There is no run. Like right now, it's because we're dehydrated is why I'm walking so slow. I might be able to just get here because my water dispensers are right here in front of me. Right there. We're gonna make it. Zane's like, I never doubted you for a month. I doubted me. When I jumped over, I'm like, I don't see the raft. I was like, oh. I hear the shark. Does this make you happy? Does that make you happy, Bruce? Does it make you feel fulfilled? Why is he even here? Just video game logic. The shark is always here. Hey, Sneaky Potato, it's going pretty good. I didn't have those a minute ago. Oh, right, no, I just cut down trees. Like, wait a second. Why did I run back in a panic if I had a bunch of mangoes in my inventory? It's like, right, I didn't have the mangoes. We just got those. Alright. So the interesting thing is, I was checking with my wife about what the dinner plan was, then she didn't get back to me. She did get back to me and I didn't see it. Okay. Well, it wasn't only that, it's just the kind of the thing, it's like, okay, if she's picking stuff up, like, I'm good. If she wasn't picking stuff up, it'd be about time for me to, you know, go and run downstairs and make it happen. Hopefully she's still picking stuff up, and the fact that I didn't respond, because, I don't know, my phone just didn't pop the notification or something. Oh, I don't have enough potatoes. Like, whatever it was. So one thing that I did before that I'm going to do again, grab the plastic. Going to go here. Put this away. Because this is what, like, we've only died once, and this is the way I was set up before we died. Alright, we've got all that. I really don't care about the rocks. Okay. Let's get out of here before Bruce starts harassing me again. And actually, on that note, bear with me for just a second. I need to grab myself a new drink, so I'm going to be right back. In the meantime, thanks so much for the following. Welcome to the stream. Thanks so much for tuning in, for following, subscribing to Bits, Less Dose, and the raids. It all helps. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you enjoyed the stream. John Carlos, like, no character expansion. Does the game have something against purse? Oh, we have an inventory expansion. That's that backpack. These 10 slots are the expansion. Normally you have just these. It's still pretty limited. Alright, bear with me. I'm going to be right back. Just grab myself a new drink. Alright, sorry about that. So now I get to run all the way back over to the reactor. But this time, I've got a decent amount of food on me and water. I'd certainly obviously carry more, but I just didn't have it ready. Alright. So I'm guessing there might be one, maybe two more stops after this, because we're following everyone. Everyone else managed to regroup. Like, and we don't know these people, by the way. At least we don't, I don't believe we know these people. We're just kind of following them around. There's nobody. I think I just botched my role to make friends and influence people. Okay. Oh, my assumption is once we get all like the power stuff sorted out, we'll exit out there. And then we'll have like the frequency and all that. I have a feeling once you have radiation to the point that it's a laser in the sky worth of radiation, you're not going to walk in and just kind of patch it up. I get the idea is we're going to take the control rod, slam them down in here, and it's just going to wink wink magic the whole world better. But it's not going to work in the real world. Also, you usually don't have to worry about, like, the old school nuclear power plants. Yeah, you had problems with, like, modern power plants, and power plants have been retrofitted, which I think pretty much all of the ones still in operation were legally required to. They have, like, a fail offline state, where if you remove power, the default position is that the carbon rods go in, or the rods go into the reactor, ending the nuclear reaction. Appartus was chilling in Hairstream. This guy was weird, was arguing some form of, I'm not saying you're wrong, but you're totally wrong. And it was getting strangely circular. So I did a bit of friendly engagement, perhaps drawing fire. Ah. Yeah. Alright, so where we left off, before I had to do that detour, is they're trying to fry that panel. The issue is, this is in the way of first getting the mirror there. I can't get that pointing there, can I? No, that's in the way. I can't do something like this and have it do anything useful, can I? Like, get it slightly a different angle? No. And I can't get it to angle over there, I don't believe at all. Let's aim for that far edge. Okay, can I adjust this at all? Ah, crap. I get this is to create a timer, but it's so easy to lose track of it trying to focus on what's going on in there. It's just such an easy way to die. So it is kind of a nuisance. I don't think if I adjust it over here any, I'm going to be able to do anything. So close, too. But I can't quite get the angle I need. There we go. Prison struggle expect their. Let's see. Let me deal with this real fast. Prison struggle to express their point, whatever it was. The viewers really turned on them, and then it turns out they couldn't be banned by mods because they have the mine is this long badge as an upper level Twitch staff person. Oh, if Twitch has staff that's doing something that's like not doing like that, that needs to be reported. Like, it's one thing for someone to have like bad takes, that kind of stuff, but for that people to do that and then they're also like you're not able to use your moderation controls on them because they're staff. Like even if I disagree with the person, like their stance, all that, that's a problem. Control rod stuck. Manage. Look, he was only low-key trolling. Whatever he was doing is nothing to do with his official role. Right. But if you're logged on an account that you can't be banned or moderated or whatever, then whether or not you're meaning to do it as an official role, that's making you a representative of the company. Like you could just go on a different account that isn't immune or whatever. Because, like, that's one of the things that I wish more creators are better about, is very genuinely, a person doesn't have to be doing something that is, like, against Twitch rules or anything like that to ban them. Like, if someone's attitude is just something you don't like, that's a good enough reason. And people are like, but they did nothing wrong. It's like, right, but you're an entertainer and they're ruining the entire vibe of your stream and everything, that's a good enough reason. Because the kind of thing is you're intending on making content that everyone can enjoy and all that kind of stuff. And if you're busy there the whole time kind of being like whatever the person's problem you have with them going on, you're not going to make good content. Man, I'm all it got sorted out afterwards. One of the things I said, I think pissed him off was, it's fine to show up somewhere as a person and interact, but dress the part, yeah. Yeah, let's not dwell on it. Where did you come from? I thought we just finished killing all of you. But yeah, no, it's a thing that like it is a thing that like as channels they need to be better about, because like
Thank you, Right, for subscribing for 18 months. Heyo.
Hey, Right, how's it going? And thank you for sub for 18 whole heckin' months, a year and a half. That's a really long time. I hope things are going well for you, and I hope you're enjoying your advertising previewing as well as access to emotes. Thank you for doing that. How things been anyways, right? I think what's happening is as I rotate these, it's spawning new enemies. I also think my spear is about to break, and my bow is not far behind it. Did you just hop my arrow? Oh, if I don't grab the meat from them, they come back to life. Alright, well that's bad. Stop hitting me so I can take the meat from your friend. Or they're just respawning, period. Okay, so they just respawn. Alright, where's my door? Diablo 4 when? I've honestly, it's just been kind of just like really expensive game. As far as like playing it on stream, if I do, it'll be very briefly. It's just an overcrowded category that if I try and get in there, I'm gonna have like no net new followers kind of thing. Like the game looks amazing for the record. It's not me being like, oh, gross game or whatever. It's just very genuinely streaming be tough. Vending machine token next to the hazmat suits. Oh, I already did that one. I'll check that here in a minute. Let's see. Sort of like law enforcement showing up at the bar or whatever, and they're welcome to do so, but randomly whipping out a badge kind of changes the vibe that are there. Yeah. Alright, let's find our way. Yeah, it's just one of those things, like, it's even fine if, like, someone shows up and they're a Twitch employee or whatever, but if they're trolling, like, making a scene kind of thing, it's like, you can't hide behind that. Like, that's not... Because, like I said, in my channel, ultimately, like, it's not a democracy here. I'm in charge of my channel. I have an actual obligation to moderate. If I fail to do so, my channel can be suspended. Would you stop? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nice Gamer 88 for subscribing for 20 months. Please enjoy the emotes and your advertising free viewing.
Thank you, Mr. Nice Gamer, for the T1 sub. That's 20 months you've been subbed to channel. That's basically forever. A year and 8 months. So we really do appreciate the continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. And as you said, enjoy your advertising free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Yep. Yeah, people need to get on board with the broadcasters King of the Castle factor it comes at. Yeah, it is kind of the way it is. It's another kind of problem you run into that you definitely want people to be active and participating in your community and all that. Like, obviously. But, it's also those things that, like, there's different things people do that kind of sucks the air out of the room. Like, trauma dumping is one of those, and we don't need to get into that. For those who do not know what trauma dumping is, that's like popping in the channel and then talking about, like, whatever horrific thing, you know, you got going on, like, you know, dealing with some type of thing. It's not that you don't want to have, like, empathy or you don't want them, like, to be like, hey, you know, having a tough day. It's just there's a point where it gets to be too much.
Good morning.
Oh, we're almost on a hype train.
Oh,
Oh,
I get it. They left me here. Wow. Thanks for waking me up.
so we got a hype train going on.
Result in a number of issues.
Why did that not play?
So, you got room for a bioengineer? I swear, it's actually practical. Great! That's very nice of you. I'll do my best.
What? Nope, we got achievement all aboard. So, it's supposed to be playing a train sound, and then it just didn't. Well, we'll do this. We'll go exclamation mark, train. There we go. Now I'll figure out what's going on with the bot here in a minute. Things like that have very skilled moderators and godsend. Yep. Does that not just like exit out? But yeah, so we got a hype train going on. We had a bunch of people resub and then bits and everything else. So thank you so much. And thank you Zidian for the 123 bits and thank you Polartude for the 101 bits. I really do appreciate that support. It does mean a lot. So thank you so much for that. We did apparently get, I'm assuming, the last character we can play as. The reactor stabilized. Which is interesting because when you do put rods into a reactor, it shuts down the reaction. Like, the whole point is you have the nuclear reaction there, the electrons are being thrown all over the place. It starts to, like, cascade out of control. You put the rods in, they absorb the electrons, which then prevent them from bouncing around and making more react. Yeah. For instance, where a moderator can only handle things when he and the broadcaster cannot, without major downside. Yeah. Well, that's like, I really do appreciate the moderators we have here. I know I probably do need to bring more on at some point, but like very genuinely, the few times every once in a while we'll have someone who's a real problem, and they'll usually jump on it. But it's just kind of the thing with like the trauma dumping, like sucking the air out of the room. It's one of those things that, in a lot of ways, because you're at home on your computer or on your phone or your tablet or whatever you're watching on TV, that it can feel like a very one-on-one thing that, I'm interacting with you as an individual, all that kind of stuff, and that's all good. Like, there's nothing negative about any of that. But what ends up happening is it feels like it's a very much more intimate setting than it really is. And so people sit there and be like, yeah, they'll get to like the trauma dumping kind of thing or whatever, whatever the problematic thing is. And it's like, okay, I hear you. I do like having as much of a connection as I can have. But then you gotta look around and, there's 50, 60, 70, 100, 200, 2,000, however many people watching. It's like, right. But whatever the thing you're doing is kind of disruptive of the other n number of viewers. So, like, you have to do, like, that algebra kind of thing. It is always a trick there. Don't forget the first bunker. Oh, yeah. That's right. Well, let's... I mean, I got the inventory. We'll just go out... Oh, hey, I got a new shovel. Beep. Okay, so that just means I have less of a dependency on wood. Don't forget about food. Yeah, so Tomb is picking something up. At least I believe she's picking something up. I asked her earlier, and she responded. I didn't see her response. I think she's still gonna pick stuff up. If not, we'll throw a pizza in the oven or whatever. And that's on me. Yes, thanks so much for that hype train kicking that off. Like, it's been really awesome lately. We had, it was what, like last week? Or not quite last week. We finally had the subs dip below 100. And we're not below 100 anymore. Because people were heckin' generous. Poetry said, like if someone, for instance, is actually going on about their dead pet or something, yeah. Like, it's fine for a person to be like, hey, I'm having a really rough day. That's cool. It happens. Like, that's absolutely fine. Or like, hey, I gotta let away, like, someone's like, hey, I just gotta let go from my job. It's like, okay. Like, and not dwelling up, like, kind of stop there. You missed the train. The hype train is gone. Better luck next time. Aw. That's a really sad message. Why would they be like, you're on a hype train? Never mind. Kind of wish they wouldn't, like, if you trigger the hype train, you get your, like, little reward or whatever. But, like, the whole thing where it's like, yeah, you didn't make it. Like, hey. Alright, so it's just a place with a whole bunch of supplies, and I think, did we grab a note? I mean, some of the supplies are really good. I say just a bunch of supplies. There's titanium, which is pretty solid. Well, not going in there that way. Just doing one last check. And they took away your train badge? Ah, right, because, like, the last train. Yep. Streamers get that unfair standard that celebrities do in some instances, where they garner ill will over perfectly reasonable stance and action. Yeah. Oh no, if I were to say, like, ask someone, like, hey, don't trauma dump, and someone started, like, getting uppity about it, more than likely I'd probably time them out. I'd be like, hey, like, you're going through it, this is not the place to be, like, trauma dumping. And, time them out for, like, the rest of the stream or whatever, and then see if they come back the next day and be like, hey, man, like, my bad, I was going through it. And if not, that's whatever. And if they do come back today and immediately start screaming, then that turns into a ban. I mean, that's usually the only ways you get banned on the channel is, one, if you're doing something that's just, like, way out there not okay. Or two, if it's like, hey, don't do this, here's your warning. And then you just double down on it. And that's why I put lights on my raft, so I could see it even in the dark. Or 3, I felt like it. Which is interesting. So the thing in the top said you missed the train, but in the section on my OBS it says, you know, complete a level 1 hype train, and you know that kind of stuff. So that's interesting. That's like you failed, but all right, Bruce, you're a big old jerk. All right. So the last place to go to? Oh no, there's definitely one more place. I haven't looked at the coordinates yet, but there's definitely one more place. All right. We'll keep the shovel on us. Oh right, I picked up a bunch of stuff. All right, let's drop that off. Put you in here. We got a bunch of recipes. So we have shark dinner. Do I already have that one? Yes, I do. Get out of my life. We have coconut chicken. I believe we already have that. We do not have coconut chicken. It's actually not a hard recipe to do either. We definitely already have the simple fish stew. And we have the head broth. Grab that. Grab a bit of plastic. Learn the electric smelter. Get that out of here. Rebuild this. The world collapsed, you're still polluting the ocean. See? How big is your raft now? Pretty solid. Not huge, but it's a pretty solid size. Alright, we can go here. That's fine, we could leave this in our inventory. Alright, so I need to make a new spear. And I'll never learn our lessons that I need a bolt. Okay. And let's figure out where we're going now. Okay, so let's check our notes here. The Selene facility was built for one purpose: master and perfect the experimental reactors used to power the floating cities. No easy task, but if it had been done in theory, yet we do not have the people to construct anything but a basic prototype. If we can build built for real, I know it. We just need more people. There is a place where the rafters live in peace with any survivors of the old world. They call it Utopia. Maybe there we can begin to reverse the damage we've done. But I received a message from them yesterday. One of the investors has taken control of the community, Olaf Wilkstorm. I fear his intentions for this potential utopia. Sparrow. 7519. All right. Seven, 5, 1, 9. All right, so I'm going to need to put you in reverse, flip you on, pull the anchor. So the anchor's up. Oh, I see. You're in reverse. You're in reverse. I have a different way we can deal with this. So wind's blowing the completely wrong way. But we'll start getting this thing out of here. And the reason I did that is then I can not have to worry about what direction it's facing. I can just let it drift. Okay, so that's starting to go. So make sure we have these set to reverse. All right, and freedom. Okay, and I need to go and you know, set up the controls so I don't have to run down here to do this. Because I can do the whole thing where I put controls right here where I can slap the different engines and all that, get them going. So I need to go around all of this. I do not know how big this is. Whenever you hear Olaf, I hear the guy singing Berserker from the Clerks song. Or from the Clerks movie. Man, I don't remember like 90% of the Clerks movie. Alright, so the seagulls did destroy the scarecrow and all my flowers. As they do. Alright. Yeah, it's a really big island, so it's going to take me a little while to get around it. Let's go ahead and grab some more potatoes. There we go. So we got you. I do wish there was, like, a more permanent scarecrow. Alright, so I just need nails. Okay. Yeah, we're still passing the island here. I have a feeling it's meant to be like an entire like polar ice cap kind of thing. That's the closest thing we have to a continent left in the game. Alright, so we go here. Engine controls. I need a circuit board, 2 bolts, 6 titanium. So we're not getting the titanium. I need to veer a little bit wider. We're gonna hit that spot on the glacier. I forgot to turn it off. That's fine. We can just go over here and say, give me, and put you in. I honestly need another, like, tool belt I could tab between or something. Also, my apologies for the initial staff tangent. I was managing a mild irritation at the situation. Harris ended up ending stream because he's feeling awkward from the initial conflict. The thing he's going to do. Yeah. The whole thing. Alright, so let's see. Oh, I will have exactly 6. Okay. Cool, because if I get the 6, we can grab the bolts. We can make the circuit board. Because I happen to have the bolts to send right there. That's the bolts. The circuit board requires plastic, copper, and goo. Alright, and I should be able to just go right up here and say, yeah, so, alright, so we are now on course. So that's anchor up and down. That's forward and back. That's on and off. Okay, good to know. Alright, and I skipped that island because I'm not too worried about it. It could have gotten us a little bit more titanium, which would have been nice, but it's only a maybe. Oh, you're running low. So that's that sound is. Okay, that's kind of good that they have a sound that's like, hey, buddy. Just so you know, you're getting low. Alright. I don't know why I thought that wasn't going to do that, but, you know. That is the exact expected result, so to go up to a box that has a bunch of the same stuff and run up and just slap it down and have those things stack in there. We keep the little bit of scrap in here. We will drop the plastic. Grab that scrap. Alright, so reinforced a little bit more of the raft. Basically just keep using up all my metal for that. Alright. Do you mind? I hear the shark back there tearing up the raft. Yup. I'm not super worried about it tearing up the thing. It's more just kind of a nuisance than anything. Because if it's tearing up this spot predictably in the corner, at least it's a spot I really don't care much about. Alright, so we've topped up the fuel there. If you get two people to overlap, it often goes underway right since the interaction mode, both of that. You know, I get there. The shark is making some cosmetic alterations. Yeah. Alright, so what's probably going to happen here in just a minute is we are going to go on... You need an automated turret, so just a big harpoon gun for when the shark shows up. I'm down for it. Make it cost a bunch of titanium in that. Make me fuel it. Like, do balance. But, make it an option. Yeah, what's going to happen here in just a minute is we're going to do the part of the stream where I end up taking myself a quick break for 5 minutes or so. 2 minutes hasn't gotten back yet with the dinner and all that, but it is getting past the time I normally would take that break. Yeah, and we're kind of just waiting for this to go. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to sit here and go... First of all, save the world. Main menu. And the reason I'm going to that is because the game doesn't pause when you put up that screen. And we're going to get some words on stream going for a minute.